Are we ready? I know I am. So whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev livestream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Thursday edition of the stream. Today we're going to be working on more Insignia dev. I'm finalizing some input stuff today, and we've a little bit later, in about half an hour, got some team meetings, and yeah, it's going to be good. Going to be good fun. Okay. So, big welcome to everybody who's here in chat. I've been up since early this morning because I was on a podcast with the Primogen, TJ, and EIEIO dev, Nolan. He's great. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat already. Welcome, those of you in Twitch and on YouTube. Big thanks, most of all, to Kruber for the most recent follow, and Remelem for the most recent subscription. Thank you so much. Shall we jump straight into it? I'm keen. So I'm working on this particular little quirk that I've found myself running into. Let me open up Figma and kind of just explain. Hey, CFDJ. Not this doc. Actually, I wanted that one though. Hang on, Control T, because it works like a browser. That's good. Okay, cool. So, where am I? I should be here. So I got this problem. Actually, if I go to my input models, and then over here, there's a problem with this. Okay, I designed this layout for swapping the inputs, and it is mostly quite functional. Right, you can go here, go here, and then you can go through and switch between them and whatever. There's a problem though. And the problem is the concept of active state is ambiguous, and also the behavior is ambiguous. So the big question is, what happens when I toggle this? Well, right now, if I was to toggle this, all of these updates would change, all the inputs would change. And then what would also change are the directions. So if I press across and then the right arrow changes, then what? Now it doesn't look exactly like this. It looks a bit different. Keybind menu. So this the movement, the navigation buttons, if they change because of the layout, then moving through the layout won't be possible unless you're constantly changing the buttons as they change. You know what I mean? It's not right. It probably should be like a browse and accept thing. Maybe you press left and right going through them and they're grayed out while you're doing that, and then you press like choose or select or something. It's probably worth just going to some other system and figuring it out, just watching another game how they do it, because the model that I'm working with here, it's fine. There's kind of like two modes that I'm in. One is like so it's like this, right? So you got custom, and then you've got like the different presets. So there's like, you know, like the FPS preset, modern, retro. Those are our presets. And custom is just another key binding option. So just like whatever. The problem is that this workflow, like anytime you want to change anything, that's going to update the custom map. Anytime you toggle between these, you're going to switch over to one of those maps. But if I want to edit the retro map or edit the FPS map or the modern map, what that's going to do is, hang on, is someone, no, that's okay. Yeah, what you want to do is that's going to, you wouldn't want to edit the presets. You want to edit the custom map with the exact values from that preset. And so there's kind of like an edit mode and like a selection mode or like a behavior. Any flipping through these, that's like just picking between a bunch of presets, but actually changing anything works in this space. So I almost wonder if like this save and reset feature is a little bit too, it's not the right model for how this actually will need to work. Say let's do a little bit of thinking about it in kind of like, we'll tool around and prototype it out or like bash it out. So I'm here and let's say I'm on, you know, custom. This is all fine. Okay, I can press this and change it to do that or whatever. It's all good. This goes that. Great. If I flip over to like modern, I would expect everything here to change, right? But I would expect it to change in a way that doesn't affect my ability to navigate the menu or anything like that. And I probably will, I feel like I need to press save, right? The final save to apply them outside of the game. But in the meantime, the mappings that I see won't be the mappings that are actually applied. That's the thing that I'm a little concerned about. Like if I'm walking around the menu with, like, say I go, you know, modern, and modern changes the layout. Let me just show you what that looks like actually. Right now it doesn't do it yet. So I'm here, I go over to modern. Okay, now all the keybinds are different, or at least they they will be different. So there's a confusion around state here. Like, am I telling the player this is what the buttons are? Or am I telling the player this is what the buttons will be if you press save? And in the meantime, what are the buttons? Do you know what I mean? That's a little awkward. Maybe they need to press accept in order to like activate it or something. Like it's visible, but it's gray or something like that. Well, the idea is you can't soft lock because you can't, the only way, your number of subscribers is very plain. Plain? Number of subscribers is very plain. Hello? Hey Pepsi Man 2004, what's going on? Very plain. I've never heard that before. So, yeah, wait, how many subscribers do I, oh, is it 911 on YouTube? Is that how many subscribers I have? That would be funny. Right, it's very plain. Okay, I get it. I get it. I see it. I can't see how many subs I have on YouTube when I'm streaming because I'm streaming from Twitch. From what I've seen others do, presets are in the form of a drop down, which do bulk changes, and then the changes you make to the inputs happen immediately. Yeah. So I think what it is right now is that this navigation is very, it's not super obvious what should happen when I cycle through these. I definitely want to preview them, obviously. I want to see what they do. And so this needs to update, but it needs to update in a way where it's like, not until flipping through them is not the same as choosing them, right? I need to browse before I can accept. So, going back to other games, let's do some quick research. Like Hollow Knight that's not what I wanted to do. Hollow Knight Rebind. Hey, who's that? What is that face, Adam? What am I doing? Keys. Full guide.
How to play Hollow Knight on a keyboard.
That's what I want.
If you're playing game,
Navigate to controls to review the default key bindings. By default, lifting
Is she going to show us how to do it?
practice movement techniques.
Wait, there are no presets in Hollow Knight. You just
When setting default,
pick them. I mean, I could take them away. Maybe we don't need the presets.
Have I shown you the mouse and keyboard for, like, the key bindings for this? They are the worst key bindings I have
Hey,
ever
Shipla.
seen in my life. I want y'all to take a look at this because I know I showed at the start when I first started doing this. Okay, so
It's ZXC. There's nothing wrong with that. That's great. You're just too young. You're just too young to remember.
फॉर्टनाइट सिलसॉन्ग के डिफ़ॉल्ट कंट्रोल थोड़ा हार्ड हो सकते हैं आपके लिए एंड सिलसॉन्ग आपका फर्स्ट गेम है तो आपको डिफ़ॉल्ट कंट्रोल के साथ यूज टू होने में थोड़ा बहुत टाइम लग जाएगा तो आप यूज कर सकते हो मेरा कंट्रोल जिस
Yeah, I guess I just what's another game like with keyboard layouts? I guess we should just go and play some games or something. Maybe Momodora, we'll check that out. Oh, I'm not worried about what the keys are at this point. It's more about what currently we're talking about swapping between presets so that people can like just quickly choose how they want to do it. But maybe we don't even give them that choice. I literally don't know what the button is. It's fun. A, okay. Control type. I can't remap. Wait, it said custom keys there. And then there's just apply changes. Okay. I mean, that's pretty whatever. How do I leave this game? Okay. Yeah, I'm a big ZXC fan. I'm a big XQC fan. But hey, maybe this is less like what's another one? Rogue Legacy keybinds. Just picking out random games here. So most of them don't have presets. I mean, I just thought it would be nice to do. I guess I don't need it at all. If we don't need it, then it's fine. It works as is perfectly. And I can just remove the preset option and we just move on with our lives. That saves me a lot of energy. Let's go do it. Sorry. What we can do is, we shouldn't make it the default. Yay. And now that actually totally invalidates the thing that I built. Because I had this whole thing set up to do config settings here. So you could choose different layout IDs. Now you'll never use one. You'll never do it. Also, I'm kind of already like pretty down the path here. Maybe what we'll do is take everything that I worked on today. I don't think I've committed yet. No. So why don't we take everything except the last thing that I did, which is to take this away, bring this back, put this back up there, save it, commit it on a different branch. In fact, okay, new branch, we'll call this input input presets, and then go to input presets, and then stash and reapply, and then commit that, whip preset support. Okay, and then go to keep input presets where it is, go back to development, and then exit, recompile. Am I using a controller or a keyboard for gameplay right now? I'm using a controller. I mean a keyboard. I have a controller and I have my keyboard. So it's whatever I want. I can choose both. I just flip it back and forth pretty often. Okay, so now I'm here again. And these were changing as I was going. If I go close, don't save, get rid of that, input, save, keyboard map. Yeah, so that's how I had it earlier this morning. And this does work. And this doesn't have a special settings. Therefore, all I need to do now is actually just hide this. And then set this up as the first focus, and then save it, and we're done. Hooray. So if I want to change jump to be the P key, I do that, I press save, go out, and now jump is P, close the game, open the game, go back to controls, keyboard, jump is P, and I can prove it. Actually, now jump is escape, which I shouldn't have been able to do. Jump is Z. Save, back, jump. So maybe what I need to do now, I guess that's another thing we need to do, is ensure that we aren't allowing the player to rebind things that are like reserved. There should be like reserved keys. So, and actually, like some of this stuff, let me know what you think about this. Do you think, so I've got like submit back, up, down, left, right. Do you think that the menu should always just be the arrow keys and spacebar and escape, for example? Like, I just force you to use, when navigating menus, the same inputs no matter what? Or do you want to use WASD for inputs for the menu, for example? It's only because, like, what I'm not showing you here is that escape goes back. You can't remap that. Reset will go back to defaults. A back, D enter? No. Because there's left and right as well. Oh. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, they do correspond right now. Up, down, left, right corresponds to up, down, forward, back. They do. So they are double bound, specifically in this case. I think this is fine. I think the way I've got it is fine. Even the way that I like had it back in the day, like 3 weeks ago, is obviously, I think that's also functional. The only thing that I wanted to be able to do was double bind things. Which we can't do right now. So we've sort of not done anything, really. I haven't really allowed anything. No functionality has been created. Okay. Well, look, the game provides you with input prompts for everything to get to here. It's not a problem, so it should be fine. Okay. So this on forward will do a reset. So we need key map menu, public void reset to default, sure. So it's like set keyboard map to the re-input default map for keyboard, and then save that to config. Yeah. How does game deal with German keyboards? They're the same. It doesn't deal with keyboards differently from each other. Right now, at least. Okay, so why do I set up a preset? Why do I do that? Keyboard map equals key input config keyboard map. For each key bindings, get key from binding, but get key from binding does that. So the key names are different for the menus. The key names are always what they are. Do you know what I mean? Like the glyph, the ASCII code is what Unity is checking, not the position on the keyboard. So you won't see like Q or A if you go to a French keyboard. You'll see Q on the French keyboard, which it'll be in the wrong position at first if I wanted you to press Q, but it would still be Q. It wouldn't be A, just because A and Q are in the same spot on those two keyboards. Would it recognize extra mouse buttons? It already does, yeah. So let me just finish this. So setup preset keyboard map equals input config.keyboard map for each. Yeah, okay. Yeah, there's a setting. I'm not using the Unity inputs anyway. I'm using rewired, and rewired has an option to pick either or. You can say either keep the spatial position of the key or keep the key code. So when we open the menu, we set up the preset, which is the one that we've got here. And I don't want to do that again after that. When I reset to default, I want to basically how do we do this, man? I want to input.config.keyboard map equals, yeah, the default one. But that's actually not what I want to do. And this I've been a bit concerned about the whole time. Do I ever assign that? Yeah, equals keyboard map. There's a problem here, which I had fixed in the thing I was editing earlier, but now I haven't anymore. And the issue is that I can't assign this without essentially doing a deep copy, because they have at creation time IDs that get created, and I don't want to clone the IDs. So when I assign this and then save that to JSON, whatever this is what's going to go there. Now, the at the moment we're swapping essentially between custom and default. So I think what I want to do is keyboard map dot. I basically want to like remove all custom bindings from keyboard, go through each, get the default keyboard. So this is like keyboard map, default map equals, I don't have that yet. So it's re-input. I literally fixed this earlier today and I got rid of it just now. This part here, it's not that, it's load keyboard map is this. I hate this code. This all sucks to write. So category ID is default. Keyboard layout name is also, I think, default. And then default map equals that and that. And then we don't really need this to be so cute. Just do that. And then we say for each, and then we say, yeah, remove all bindings. Yeah, I want to delete them, but then I also want to say for each yes, but then it doesn't like this for some reason. Element assignment. I've got a meeting on right now, unfortunately. Not unfortunately. Sort of. Unfortunately for those of you who are wanting to watch me do more input stuff for the next 10 minutes. Okay, let me ask. Now, hang on a second. I think we lost Luca today. So what message was that? I think he messaged me directly. Nope. Where the hell did we talk about this today? Oh, in the art channel. Okay, so I think I'll just literally let GPT do this part. This is particularly a part I don't need to do. Can you repo offline instead of GitHub using Visual Studio integrated commit? You can repo offline. Okay. Bindings to delete all of them. For each, yep. Perfect. That's what I want. I almost got there tabbing through, but it just didn't know how to do this part. But that looks good to me. So, let's see if it works. Ding, dong, dang. Go. No? Yes. Okay, so here's our keyboard. We made jump, P. We made roll, I. We made attack, U. We save it. We go here. We press a bunch of buttons. Okay, great. We close the game. We open the game. We go back here. Controls, keyboard, they're all like that. We reset. We reset. Ah, it's not set up to reset yet. Hang on. I said this needs to do this. Reset to default. That's a good question, Faint Bunny. I'll answer it in just a second. So we reset. Hey, ZXCS. Save it. Go back, and it's back. That was easy. Close it. Open it. Hooray. Controls, keyboard. Yeah, sweet. Okay, well, I did it. All right. Implement resetting of keybinds to default. So, Unity for me, actually one sec, I'm happy to, if you want to touch base, have feedback on the hurt/rebound. I haven't had time to start on the shockwave just yet. I think, no, nope. Those looked, I did do a little update on the hurt animation, but nothing that needs your attention at the moment. We'd just be reviewing shockwave. And then let me just look at that, because this is barbarian. A-sprite. Okay, let's look at shockwave and make sure that I'm not. That's looking pretty good to me. Cool. All right, we'll skip the meeting. So, alrighty. So why Unity? Good question. The way that this whole like game engine conversation has shaken out over the last few years, it's fun for me because I have been working on Insignia so long that I can provide insights onto like the shifting reasons to use or not to use a different engine. So way back when I started Insignia in like, it was 2016 when I was shopping around for engines. And as early as 2013, I remembered, or even 2012, I remembered in like 2012, I was at university and we were talking about how at a neighboring university, they were learning Unity in one of their courses. And we were lamenting just amongst ourselves in the class that like we wished that there was a course to learn Unity at my university. And at the time, it just seemed like a really like user-friendly, pretty straightforward engine that was free to download and, you know, had a lot of drive behind it. It was kind of like where Godot is now, is where Unity was in like 2012. Still a private company and everything, but, you know, just in terms of what it was promising to be, it was quite a simple, thing. And you would buy a license for like $200 or whatever, and then you would own it forever, I think, at the time. Anyway, by the time I started working on the game, Unity was still the best option by far compared to any of the options that I chose. Godot in 2017 wasn't really even a thing, as far as I remembered, or at least it wasn't something that was on my radar. It was more like Construct, Game Maker, Unity, Unreal. That was like what I was looking at. And like an engine for like a game that I had played called like Fregato and Friends. They made their own engine, and you could mod their engine to make your own games too. And I was like, no, I tried that for a bit, and there was no support, obviously, for it. So I was like literally in an IRC chat, not even Discord. It was like does anyone remember IRC? Like MSN Messenger style box, create a username, start typing. You see a list of usernames, that's it. Anyway, so that was the only kind of support. We are in an IRC right now. That's exactly right. So I couldn't use it for that. So Unity was just like the engine at the time. And like there were so many features missing from it then that are in there today that I would say are like, if you're looking to get an engine, they make it indispensable in a way. Like nested prefabs are incredibly useful in Unity. I don't know if Godot has them yet. Like, can you put a packaged node inside of another one and have the references still stay? I'm not sure. Anyway, I wasn't at the place where I wanted to build my own engine, and there wasn't really much else, so I started using it. And then over the years, like other engines have come up, Godot being the primary one. And I want to support open source software. I think that like Godot is an awesome project, but depending on like for this project, for this one, it would be, there's a little wrinkle here. Yeah, it was 2019 was when Unity got nested prefabs. That's right. I remember it happened because I remember how much better my project became when I could use them. All of the menus, like this menu, right, all of these would have had to be they'd just be copy pasted. I couldn't edit properties of one and have them edit everywhere. Anyway, so the thing is, like, you have power and you have constraints. Those are the two sides of the spectrum. And one might say that like constraints breed creativity. Like if your engine can only do this, then maybe you'll just be forced to make a game within this. And I actually think that's a good thing for people who are trying to keep their vision constrained. But then there's power, and if you can use the power, well, you want it there, don't you? So that's the kind of current situation that Godot and Unity are in, where like in Unity, I know I can make anything I want. And I know that comes with a lot of bulk and a private license and a bunch of other stuff. But I know that I can make anything I want. In Godot, I don't know that I can make everything I want, and it might require me doing a lot of tooling inside of Godot to make it do what I want. And that might take a couple of years, depending on what I want to make. And so like committing to an engine, you spending time in an engine, the more you spend, the more of an expert you become, and the easier it is to get over those little hurdles and wrinkles. You learn how they like to do things, and you become proficient at it. So choosing an engine for a game that you might spend 3 or 4 or 7 or 8 or 9 years on is like committing, to living in another country. It's a similar thing. You have to spend your days interacting with the thing every single day. So for me, it's Unity because it was the best option when I started, and I'm now very used to it. And I know I could build this game today. I could start in Godot, and by the time I was finished, Godot would probably be up to speed, but it would take a lot of retooling, and I'd probably have to strip it back. I even think now, like, a lot of what my project has in it could have been achieved. It's like if I knew exactly what I needed, I could have cut out a lot of the fat and made a very lean, sort of hacky version of what it is, you know? There's something about that that's very... Yeah, I might switch off Unity. Yeah. I depending on what I make, like if I make anything lower than, if I make like a small solo project, like something that I'll spend less than a year on, I'll use Godot. If I want to spend 1 to 3+ years on a project, I'll go Unity. And if I want to spend any time making something that's very high fidelity, I might choose like Unreal Engine if I want to use something that's like more photoreal. That's kind of where I'm at the moment. But it depends on who I'm working with as well. Like my brother, I'd love to work with him. He works in Unreal. I've got a friend who's an engine programmer. He'd probably want to use his own engine. He'd want to make his own stuff. So I've been working on this game since 2017. You can do the math. All right, so controls are working, and you can do mouse buttons. So, wait, oh no. You can assign the mouse buttons. You cannot use the mouse buttons. It set it to none when I did that. Oh no. Okay, well, that doesn't work. So let's go. Like even just we were playing Momodora a little bit earlier. Even the fact that like this, like my menus have like layouts, right? Like I've got like a background, and I've got columns, and I've got images, and there's spacing, and I'm controlling them with like there's a it's almost like I developed them as like a WYSIWYG system where I built these layouts and then I'm populating the layouts. That in Momodora doesn't exist. So in this game, think about how they show information on the screen in this game. You know, it's just a column of info on the screen. If I go to here, like it's very like hard coded, right? Maybe there's a bit of a layout here, but even then I can see that it's just a bit like it's really like how do I put it? There probably wasn't a layout engine used to make this, right? It's pretty rudimentary. Whereas I do this thing where like every time I'm trying to do something, I rebuild from scratch, you know, a menu. Let me just confirm, yes. And that's probably because of Unity, right? Like, because Unity lets me do this stuff. I've been doing it this way. All right, so we need to allow mouse binds, and the problem there is that the mouse binds, I don't know, Mudtater. The mouse binds, when I click a button and I finish rebinding, let's have a look, see what happens. Finish rebind, it says, hey, well, we need a key code, so in the rebind state, we check to see if there was a key code. We get button down on the key code, and then let's log it. So actually, does it even get that far? I press mouse button. Okay, it got as far as knowing that that was mouse 4. So this is fine. And then it creates the element map with the assignment and it has an action ID. Now, this we don't know. So let's see if we can... Do we get this far? Well, I know we do get this far because we get as far as changing the key to bind. This is the UI. This does get changed. It's Unity's UI system. Yeah. Hey, Picture Point. Thank you so much for the raid. So we get this far, but I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. Because when I change this... Oh. That's interesting. It's broken. Interesting. Okay, I actually broke it. Why does it automatically go straight to rebinding jump? Oh. Oh, thank you for rating. So, oh, that's awesome to hear. Thank you so much. What the heck happened? What did I do wrong to make this break so badly? Wait, and now it's fine? If I reset and save, and I go to here? No, it just hard swaps to none. If I go reset, save. What did I do? What did I just do? Oh, did I accidentally move something? Oh, I literally accidentally moved a lineup with Alt. I'm like, how did I break the whole thing without touching anything? Okay, controls, keyboard. Okay. So I press mouse 4. Now it does that. And so that means that when we go to finish rebind, this, I mean, even going all the way down to here, it gets all the way down to there. So it actually does finish. But when I save this, I'm not convinced that that works. So keyboard map.json. If I go over here and take a look. So unfortunately we don't have, there's no easy way to check the jump button, but action ID 00, keyboard key code is 326. What is 326? Is there an easy way to grab these? Is mouse 3. Oh, okay, that's great. So it actually is saving. It's correctly serializing to disk with the correct key code. But it doesn't actually jump when I press the button. And if I quit and come back, there is no jump. And if I go to keyboard here, it's now set to none. So deserializing, I wonder what happens. I wonder if we get to, if it stays at 326. It still looks like it is 326 to me. So it can't load once we get into here. On setup preset here, get key from binding, debug.log. It's probably right here. But we're not there yet. Hang on. For each UI, get key from binding. Loaded key is set key to whatever this is, which means I'm looking for action name, which is jump, and I'm saying, what key is that, my guy? And it says, hey, get me this. And I'm not sure it's going to be able to, well, getting the action ID from the name is fine. Getting this is fine. I think it might be for each controller map in maps, keyboard map equals keyboard map as keyboard map. Okay, if keyboard map is not null and map is enabled, active map, sure. That's just getting the current active map. Which we could probably, I think it'd say like get active, get keyboard map, probably not, whatever. Okay, so get first map in category as map. Okay, sure. And then here we're saying for every element map with the action ID, get key code by ID. So what to do about mice? So the problem here is em.element ID. Which comes from that action ID. It's this debug.log found binding. Yeah, I think that's going to be where things break. In fact, we don't. For jump, mouse 3. Whoa, actually, hang on. We get this. We get mouse 3. Okay, that's really good if we get that far. Hello? Returning default for jump. Aha. But we got the code for this. No, it didn't. It couldn't figure out the key code. Even if I set this to mouse 4, clear it, save it, exit, and go back in. No, okay. So for some reason, get key code by ID doesn't seem to know how to give us this, even though it loaded it correctly. I'm a bit lost on that. That doesn't make much sense to me. Wait, why is there a key code here? But then there's a get key code by ID. What the heck? Wait, it says mouse 4. In which case, why don't I just say dot key code? Why do I even need this? Get. Is it because active map is a controller type .keyboard and not a mouse? Well, active map is a keyboard, and so this is my thing. Rewired does want me to treat the mouse as a separate input device and to have a separate key binding for the mouse, a separate controller map for the mouse. And so keyboard and mouse would be two controller maps. However, pressing the mouse buttons when polling for keyboard keys does return a key code. So you can still bind the mouse through a keyboard because the inputs they do have key codes. And I don't want to have a mouse input game controller as a separate additional. I don't want to have to do that because then I have to check if an operation if like a button like jump is assigned to either of them. Like, is this assigned in any of the keyboard? Is it assigned in any of the mouse? You know, it just feels a bit weird. If I can get away with it, I'm going to see if I can. Element identifier ID is Rewired's internal key element ID. Key code is the unity key code of value associated with that mapping. In many normal cases, they resolve to the same visible key, but they can differ. Use key code. Okay, well, I think if I use this, I get what I want anyway. So I'm just gonna take what I want, huh? Mouse 4, save, back. But mouse 4 doesn't jump. Clear that, go here. Controls, keyboard. It still says mouse 4. I leave, I come back. Oops. Mouse 4 is still there, but we get this issue. Mouse 4 is not present in the dictionary of key code to sprite dictionary. Yeah, so get key code for button.toString. Key code to sprite dictionary get key code. And I am getting literally a key code called mouse4. And the key code to Sprite Dictionary does not have in the dictionary. I don't think I have a thing. I think there is a big script somewhere where I just do all of them. So I could literally say mouse 1, mouse 2, mouse 3, mouse 4. Oh yeah, it's literally right here. Oh, I don't have glyphs for it. That's why. Yeah, I literally didn't create glyphs for mouse 3 and mouse 4. I just have 1 and 2. So actually, if I was to do this, controls keyboard jump as mouse 0, save that, clear that, get it out of here, close the game, open the game. Now, unfortunately, it doesn't. I need to do it at mouse 1. Controls keyboard, click mouse 1. It's saved. I mean, it's there. Mouse 1 does not do what I want it to do, though. Let's try one other thing. Save that to jump, but save this to mouse 1. So I have to right click every time I want to do something, but I can't do that because I soft locked it. Okay. Oh. Yeah, I won't be able to get in now. Oh, that's actually really bad. Did I actually fully break the game for myself just now? No. Controls keyboard. Submit. No, jump is mouse 1. Okay. Is it? Didn't I just change it to... Anyway. Okay, so why isn't mouse 1 caught when I try to jump? Let's have a look. $340 something. It's usually the last one, 324. That's probably mouse 1 right there. Yeah, 324. Okay, so it's saving it correctly. We got another meeting right now. Okay. So, I mean, we have the keyboard key code. We go to input, and then we want to check get button down. Get down is what I'm looking for. So there's a button, and I'm looking for player 1 dot get button down for this thing. Aha. And so, oh, what is happening right now? My front door. Someone dropped a parcel off. Yo, that could be merch samples. Be right back. No, it was nothing. No, it was nothing. Nothing. Just just nothing. One sec. Sweet. Look at this. Look at this, chat. We got a meeting right now, but you gotta take a look, right? I'd take the shirt off. Feels pretty good. I've got another one too, actually. Hey, that's pretty good too, huh? I think I like it. I have to check the positioning and stuff. It feels where I would want it to be. It's not like too high, too low. Sweet. All right, let's jump into this meeting. It's a little tight, this one. I don't know what size it is, but what is that? Can you see that size? Other way. Nope, other way. That is a... I'm holding it on the thing. Oh, it doesn't matter. We'll figure it out. Could you see an M there? It feels like an M. All right. Let's jump into this meeting. All right. Hello.
Hello.
Hey. What's up?
I'm doing great. How about you?
I'm good. You kept me in suspense there for a second. Yeah, I'm good. A little tired today. I had I was asked to hop on to a podcast at the end of the podcast to meet one of the guests who said that so a friend of mine has a podcast, TJ DeVries, and he had someone on who said that they knew me and liked my videos and stuff. And so he's like, oh, why don't we have you on? This is like a week and a half ago. He's like, why don't we have you on right at the end or something just to say hi? And then we set up a time and everything. And then I kind of just forgot about it. And then I get a Discord call right beside my pillow at 6:30 this morning. I'm like, oh shit, it's time. So I jumped on and I didn't realize, but it's like it was the whole podcast. Like I was a guest on the podcast. So yeah, I'm a little tired, but otherwise good.
Just like straight into it at 6 a.m.
Yeah. I believe the
Wow.
kids call that raw dogging. So that's what I did. Alrighty. So I'm feeling okay though. I'm feeling good. Having some caffeine. Shall we talk about sound effects related stuff?
Yes. So we have the first go at the new combat sounds.
Sweet.
Some of the implementation is not wired correctly. There's some stuff that
Mhm.
plays when it shouldn't and stuff like that. But
Okay. And is this in a branch, or is this somewhere you can share or that I can just watch?
it's I've pushed it to the sound design branch.
Okie dokie.
I guess I could also share it, but
Yeah, why don't you share? I think it'll be easier for you to show it off than me to figure it out.
sure. Are we gonna have to switch into Discord though?
You can't do the thing. Why don't we do that? We'll switch into Discord, and I'm going to switch out of this shirt because it's a bit tight.
Sounds good.
All right,
Me
I'll
too.
see you there in a sec. Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Hey. All right. You want to share screen?
Sure thing.
I'm repping the merch today.
Oh, did you get
It just
samples?
got here. Yeah. It's feeling good. I wish I could show it more clearly on the stream without half squatting. But one sec. Okay, the design. It's a pretty good size. My only thought is, I don't know if anyone else can see on stream. My only thought is it's quite a big block, and I wonder if like parts of it should have been like just null, like just shirt color or something like that. I don't know. Or maybe I could just work in.
Like screen printed on.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, I think that's what you call it. So like, you know, I wonder if like bits of it could have just been like not print. But I don't know.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah. All right. Let me watch the stream. Okie dokie. I'll push pop out, and here we go. Sweet. Okay. I think I can hear it, and I'll crank the volume up.
I'll raise the volume in F mod too, just so people can hear.
Yep. That's super loud. Ooh.
So we have that's the parry sound. Just the regular block.
Mm.
I guess like the bad block. And if I can do it properly.
Yeah, the downswing is a vertical one. Yeah, you got it. Was there a... Yep. I think that the how the sound's implemented is right.
Yeah, so far it hasn't. I think there's something that I need to, or that I'm missing in like the signal flow.
Yep. Could you
like right there, the hit sounds were missing.
Could you bring the volume of the game down, or just pause it while we chat?
Sure thing.
Sweet. Yeah, I think right now I would say, I guess it's a good we're having this meeting because it's good to make a decision about the distinction we want to make between like diegetic versus like sound effecty. So does it want to sound like Foley? Certainly like when we're blocking, and it's not like a break event. I think having it sound just like a sword ringing on another sword is my preference. And right now they're feeling a little bit chimey, if that's a word I could use. Um, I would say like the suite itself, like all of it feels a little bit musical. And I know that's like, if you take where we started as like it's swords clanging, and we want to add some musicality to it, the the middle point between those two is some, an interpretation of that is totally valid to say, well, why not like musical wind chimes? But I think, I'm trying to think about how I would describe in words how I would want it to change. Can we hear it again, if that's okay?
Sure.
He gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would say, one thing we could try is when you get like, so right now the reverberance or resonance, the resonance of the sounds is like pretty equal across the bad hit and the good hit. We could make the bad hit more dull sounding, um, as a way of differentiating it. So there's like more like a dunk versus a dang, like a ding.
Right.
And then I think that the burst sound right now is feeling kind of, maybe a little glossy, for my tastes. I again trying to find the right adjective for how I would want it to sound. I think like that sound can have more of a tone in it without it being as Foley driven. Um, but it's hard. Maybe one more time. Do we actually? Would I be able to? I think I would have an easier time just going through the Fmod project.
Sure. Yeah. I also.
Let me just do this one thing. Whip key code updates. Commit that, and then I'm going to sound effects, which is somewhere sound design, and then pulling. I don't know why it doesn't like what I'm doing. Wait, what? One sec. Unable to unlink old bank. Maybe because the game is running? Is that a thing?
Maybe. Yeah. If it is running, I think.
Let's
the
try
bank file.
one more time.
Oh, but it seems like you had it. The Fmod project was all had
You
new
have
stuff in it.
unstaged changes. Hang on. I'm almost there. I think it hangs sometimes if an action's really big. It can sort of just... I'll close it and start it again. Yep, and then... Yay, okay. So, fmod. Can you point me to the the events?
Yeah, it should all be into the combat folder under SFX.
These ones here?
Yeah.
I see. Hmm. Am I hearing... Am I in... Have I got my stream open somehow? I'm hearing myself. Oh, maybe I'm hearing it in your audio.
Oh, it could be, yeah.
I'm like hearing myself go, like, who's humming? It's so I'm my words, like it's so hard to use like English to describe what I want to hear here. But I want to give clear direction. I think, oh man. Like I would say, just hearing this is like the good block, right? I would say
Yeah.
it's feeling a little sharp at the beginning. And the way it rings out could be maybe a little shorter, like it doesn't need to ring out quite as long. Maybe that's where I'm getting that chime kind of vibe. And then, but I like, I don't know, I don't know, because I'm kind of, all three of them live as like a bit of a suite. So the, you know, the sound of something that is, they're all relative to each other. So whether this pitch is the pitch we go for, it's kind of hard because of the, like, it's not a pure tone. So I can't tell, I guess there are like overtones in it. Whether it's like, oh, bring it down an octave or half of one, it's sort of hard to say whether that would change it significantly for me. If I just play with it, there's a pitch shift, right? Somewhere here.
Yeah, if you click on the, what's it called? On the instrument, little blue.
On here? Ah, here.
Yeah, there you go.
I wouldn't want to do that, but. I mean, like, it's way too thin at this pitch. But yeah, maybe. I hope I don't become that guy. I don't want to be that director. I was like, just make it more juicy. Yeah. Without going deeper on it, all I can say is like right now it feels quite, I guess thin would be the word I would use. and I would want it to feel to maybe just to be not quite as bright. But that's not to say that it should be lower pitched, if that makes any sense.
Okay.
And then this one, I'm hearing like like, is there like a second, like almost like I'm hearing like a dwa
Th-
right in the middle.
There's a wobble, yeah.
Ah, I see.
Kind of as Armin kind of like rattles.
Yeah, maybe it's just like a good starting point would be, I think that the tail is like a little too long on all of them. That would be like my first,
Okay.
the loudest thing I would say. Because it's so frequent, like you'll hear these sounds so often. I kind of want them to be, clear, but not fatiguing. And it's hard because obviously they need to be important. They're important sounds, but yeah, probably a little like, a little less than this, especially like considering we might have a little bit of pitch modulation randomized. If they're going to, like, if I'm thinking of like an enemy, like a combo sequence where it's like ding, 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 you might want to hear it shift a little, like 10% or something like that. And then this sound, it right now it reminds me a lot of like the Kingdom Hearts game start sound, which is not to say, like, it has a nice positive kind of emotional aspect to it, but I think again it feels very so hard to say without options. I think if we had like the way we were doing it when we had the frogging sounds when we were first testing out the enemy vocalizing kind of solution, if I had like a grid of sounds, I think I might be able to point to like specific properties of one or the other and say, oh, okay, more like this or less like this. Because right now I feel like I'm going to be that like producer in the studio trying to get the right snare, and I don't want to waste either of our time doing it by telephone, if
Right.
that makes sense. So maybe from here we just try like a few different takes that have like each a different sort of direction in them, like a different interpretation, and then we can come back and reassess, if that's okay.
Yeah, sounds good.
Sweet. Yeah, I think there's like, it's tough because they're so close in certain aspects, and I know that anything that I say, if you try to take it on because it's so vague, like you might be moving, you may move away in certain aspects and closer in others, and we might end up, circling a design or a sound. So yeah, maybe with a few more options at once might allow me to, zero in on what I'm looking for. I think like if I could give just like an overall impression, I would say, let me see if I can try to say it in a sentence again. Yeah, right now they sound a little bit too resonant and too sort of musical, and I would want just like a little bit, all of them to be like a little bit more well, I guess there are options. Like, we could go more arcade, or we could go more like Foley driven. But even if we were to go more Foley driven, I guess that it's almost like I'm describing the tone like emotionally more than, or like the style more than the like realism. It's kind of like, I think stylistically I want this to feel a little bit more combat focused than yeah, like I think right now if it's, in fact, it might just already be in the game if I play it. Stop me if I'm like reiterating too much and the words aren't making sense anymore. I have a tendency to do that. I'll just see if I can get it going. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not like way off or anything. Yeah, I think it's just it's got so much brightness in it and so thin that the tonal quality is getting lost a little bit in it. So I can't hear like the good versus bad versus great. They're all kind of up here, and they all sort of have such a tail on them that it's not as tactile, you know. And so I think some of that combat, what's the word? They're loud, but if they were a little bit shorter and had a bit more like brunt in them, they wouldn't need to be as, they wouldn't need to use the time duration or the they wouldn't need to be so high frequency to be heard. That's, I guess, more like punctuative, I guess, is where I would push you. And then that way I think we'd be able to hear the tone a little bit clearer and they'd be more distinct. Okay, I'm gonna stop there. Is that all clear? Any questions?
Yeah, I'll do another pass, and I'll also put together some references.
Mm-hmm.
For
Sweet.
just like other parry sounds that I'm aware of, and
Yep.
there should be a whole soundboard to choose from.
Sweet. And I'd be happy to hear also like on one of the variations on that soundboard could be one that's a bit more like sawtooth driven or like more like generated sound. We could try a few different, throw that in the mix too.
Okay, yeah.
Cool. All right. Thank you so much, Elias.
Thank you.
I'll see you Monday.
Yep. See you then.
See ya.
Take care.
Bye. Cool. Nice. Yeah, that kind of feedback's hard because you want to give as much information as possible, because there's obviously like a delta between like what I'm expecting and what I'm hearing, but it's not like I don't necessarily want to be critical. I just want to be descriptive, but it'd be so hard to describe sound. And then like I'm the kind of person who likes to have a few goes at describing something in case I hit something valuable, and yeah, it's tough. But I have faith in Elias. He's got a pretty good ear for this stuff. Okie dokie. So, we were doing input stuff, and we were trying to find out what we could do about this keycode situation where, we were able to assign the keycodes, but we weren't able to read them back. So if I changed, I can't seem to change jump right now, can I? That's annoying. Can't seem to do anything. Okay, that's a problem. Great. I have a feeling that this change was not a good change. So maybe we just revert this one. Or what do? You like reset to here? Yeah. This change will actually... Yeah. I'm just thinking about shipping the demo in this state where we actually have fewer options. Like for people who want to use the keyboard and the mouse, you actually have less of a chance right now to do that. So I can't really assign mouse 3 or whatever, mouse 1 to jump because he won't do it. And if I close the game and reopen it, it won't even accept that. So I'm going to ask it one more time why it thinks we should do that, because I think there was a pearl of wisdom in there that I didn't quite understand. So the question is, why not use em.keycode here? I want an answer to the question. I don't want you to do anything. Controller agnostic field em.element identifier ID, and then resolving it through keyboard.getKeycode. The pattern is a little more defensive because element identifier ID is the canonical rewired identifier used across controller types. Keycode is a keyboard convenience field and can be none in some data import edge cases. Resolving from ID keeps the lookups tied to the active keyboard controller object. You already use the source map.keycode when cloning keyboard bindings, which is valid there because the source is explicitly a keyboard map and you are copying map data directly. So practically, in getKeycode, em would usually work and is simpler. The current line is just safer, more generic. Let's ask it the real question. If I wanted to allow the user to bind mouse buttons, how feasible would it be to treat mouse buttons as keys in this model, or would it otherwise be more prudent to separate, be more advisable separate the mouse into its own controller map, even though I want the player to think of it as Hey, Kedaroi, welcome. Right. This is the first time I'm actually asking it to do something broad like this. And it's because I dread this. I don't know why I dread it, but I do. We'll see how successful it is. It knows so much more about rewired and inputs and JSON and serialization and Unity than I do. And none of my other games, like none of the game's other code touches any of this stuff. So it feels like an isolated space where I can trust it to just write something. I am concerned about how much code it's going to spit out, but that's probably for the best, I guess. We'll see how good these agents are. Yes. But I will also need a get key code to give me... I mean, this is the problem, is that I use the key codes. If no mouse map was loaded, try using the player's active map. I don't know about that. Okay. Get key code from map, player, action ID, controller, control type, active map. Do we have to go through both? Keyboard map. We just say map. Active map equals map. But active map doesn't even make sense here, does it? I guess we're getting the key code, so it could be a keyboard, it could be a controller. Okay, hang on. Where am I? Okay. We're in input. So KBM payload, keyboard map payload, keyboard map JSON, mouse JSON. Sure, but then what? Separately we have a gamepad map. But then why would we add a mouse file? Don't we just want to serialize the payload? When we save keyboard map, we write all text. So what's the point of this? Mm-hmm. I get keyboard map and mouse map. I don't understand mouse map. Oh, that's the file. But it shouldn't be its own file. Why would we use that? Migration. Oh, I don't want that. Mm-hmm. Right. Right. I mean, it's pretty reasonable. We already have category ID. Hey, Kratesh. What? Oh, lowercase d. Okay, well, I mean, I trust it, but I do want it to do something else here, which is remove the support for mouse.json. I don't want that. Just mouse map. Okay, this is keyboard mouse map. And this should be called KBM. Sure, KBM map. All right, well, if that works, it saved me a lot of mental energy not wanting to do that. So I will see how we go. Oh, mouse 1 doesn't do anything. But it did save as mouse 1, and if I close it and reopen it, it did save as mouse 1 there again. So, okay, well that's not going to work. Can't put that there. Ugh. How am I going to I guess I can ask it and just see what it says. We get caught in the vortex now. Okay, I'm gonna ask instead of agent. With the current structure, will my get down function correctly return true for mouse buttons? Just looking at my shirt. Yes, it can return true for mouse buttons. Get down recalls the rewired action lookup, not a keyboard only API. So it's controller agnostic. If that button is bound in the active mouse map, the key conditions are mouse map is loaded and enabled for the player. The action name matches the button enum string. The menu lock does not block input. Well, let's just see first of all if it actually saved the payload thing. Yes, but if I show it this, is this what you'd expect for the JSON? It looks like there's a lot of escape keys in the string compared to what I'd expect to see. Oof. Well, hey, this part's not cool. This part's annoying because I feel like I'm not doing any development now. I feel like I'm directing somebody else to develop the game, and I don't like that part. But it'll do it. It'll do what I want it to do, which is just, it's going to be up here. Yeah. Mouse path, keyboard map. Yeah, sure. Try that. I do trust it for this kind of thing. This and pretty much only this. Okay, so this becomes mouse 1. But we can't, it doesn't show up here. What? What happened? Well, that sucks. And then let's get rid of this. Let's refresh this. Insignia, input. Save. Keyboard mouse. Keyboard map.json. Okay. Jump is mouse button, but it doesn't actually do anything when we save that. Okay, so what happened then? Key map menu, what changed? Let's see what happens. Do we get to this point here? No. Because we don't have a mouse map. That's a lot of extra code. Oh, I hate that. Bool? Why are we returning a bool now? Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, that's... Okay. When did this happen? Input.get key down? That wasn't there before, was it? Really? Oh, well, that's a big oversight. Okay. Okay, try again. I hate this. I really wish that there was a nice, cheap, cheating way to get where I wanted to go. Using the mouse buttons as keyboard buttons. I really thought we were right there. Okay, we get mouse 1. Save it. But mouse 1 does nothing. We quit. We open it. We go to keyboard, none. And if we go to mousemap.json, we have 324, which is the right click. I feel like it's the exact same thing. I feel like I haven't gotten any value out of doing this. Right now, with this implementation, assigning a mouse button appears to successfully serialize in the game, in the files. However, when deserializing, I just get none, and the button does nothing, even if it showed a valid mapping when saving in the previous session, though it never worked in-game, functioned in-game. All right. Repository memory says save was changed to a wrapper payload, but this file currently saves keyboard and mouse as separate. Okay. Likely breakage point. Rebinding mouse assignments are currently being created with a raw keycode as an element identifier, which is usually wrong for rewired mouse elements. I'm now verifying how your UI reads bindings so we can patch both runtime behavior and the non-display issue together. That would be nice. Assignment constructor in the rebind menu. Next, I'm checking the rewired's own element assigned code path to align with how it expects mouse element identify. Yeah, okay. I'm ready to patch 2 spots. Mouse bindings with a valid mouse element ID. That doesn't feel right, but again, I'll trust you. Some mouse bindings can deserialize with keycode plus equals none while retaining a valid element ID. I don't know why we're doing that. Whoa, that's a lot more code. Normalize mouse map bindings. Normalize? Mouse base? Why is this necessary? Okay. Well, that didn't work. That didn't work either. Yeah, it's gone off the rails. Let's not do anything. In fact, I actually think doing nothing, any of this, would have been better. I really did give it a shot, and it failed. Yeah, that actually works. The problem is I just can't make it actually happen. So I just don't know if it's actually possible to do this specific part. This is the part I'm scared of, because get button is a black box. And it is checking player 1. Gets the button just pressed state of an action. This will only return true on the first frame the button is pressed. So maybe because player 1's active controller map is a keyboard, it won't be able to do this. Does rewired. Button here is BTN. It doesn't. Yeah, I have no control over that. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it does need a separate thing. Who knew this would be so complicated? Man. I don't think I'm going to get there. I think I really don't want to do this. It worked in the Unity version and it doesn't work in Rewired. Which means I have to go through so much extra bullcrap to get this working. And even this is a problem. Because it doesn't know whether we're using a keyboard or a mouse. It's gonna disable the mouse. Because the mouse isn't part of it. This sucks, man. I don't want to solve this right now. All right. What do I do? What do I do, chat? Do I keep chipping away until I solve mouse input? How important is mouse input to you? I think some of you really care about it, and some of you don't care at all. I don't care at all about it, but I know some people do. Yeah. Yeah, okay. It's such a shame because I'm really not feeling well today, and I'm just not in the mood. Like, I don't want to fix bugs. I actually don't want to work at all right now. And there's a ton of bugs that I'm sure have shown up. I'm just like not in gear to do them. So the strategy here, let's just write it out. If I understand correctly what we have to do. Okay, so first of all, we have to allow keyboard solution, allow input solution to put keyboard.json and mouse.json in a folder called keyboard. And then if the player's key, how do I do this? I feel like I'm back where I was with the presets, but I guess not. Okay. Maintain whether or not mouse needs to be stored at all. Based on no, leave that off. Okay. When always enable keyboard and mouse controllers when disabling and enabling controllers. So the example here would be the Cat Ninja. He's being implemented still. He's in progress in the last month. So yeah. All right. As in you struggle with like scrolling on TikTok, Hex? Is that what you mean? So for me, I have a pretty in the days I wake up and I spend maybe like 5 minutes on it. I think there used to be a time where I would scroll for an hour in bed before I got up. And I don't know what changed, but recently I sort of wake up, I scroll for about 5 minutes, and then I just get up. And when I get up, I still have my phone on me. Like I'm eating breakfast and I'm scrolling through TikTok. But as soon as I'm like up, I just sit at my computer and I put my phone down and it's off. So I think it's just a routine at the moment. Like I'm not like specifically, I think honestly I get bored of it. I don't enjoy social media right now. It's not enjoyable. I hate that when I'm scrolling, all I see is like war and politics and like dumb stuff I don't care about that has nothing, it's not even in my interest sphere. It's just like rabble. It's nothing. So I don't like, I will use it to distract myself, but I don't like the distraction. I'm not enjoying it. I feel like maybe years ago, like 2+ years ago and back, I used to enjoy scrolling through my phone and I'd save funny TikToks for my wife to watch or whatever. Nowadays, like I don't like it. And I still feel like I want to use it, but it's not the most interesting or important thing in my day. You know? So I just have other things in my day that are important, and I want to go, I want to do the other things in my day. Like I'm actually just more bored. Did you start out as a coder or a pixel artist? I started out as a designer who knew how to do art, and I learned code. I'm still learning both though. It's always a journey. Hey man, would you be able to take a look at my personal project that I've started? Just a quick look at the UI. You can redeem channel points if you want to do that. I studied a course called Design Computing, which is kind of like interaction design. So I learned a little bit of code. I'm still pretty distractible. Like I open my phone and immediately go on TikTok many times a day. I'll just like open it up and I'm there, but I don't enjoy it. And the less I enjoy it, the less I feel like I'm watching it. Is there good content? Well, that's the thing. Like, it's not really content. I've started to become very irritated with my internet experience. I'm noticing like my attention is not as good. I'm noticing that I'm like, wait, what are you doing here? Get config path. Okay. But where's the big red function that I wanted you to take away? Set map as active, keyboard map. But that doesn't make much sense anymore anyway. Why would I set this map as active? And what does this take? But is there a set gamepad map as active? Well, that's not right either. And actually, does this even work with the gamepad anymore? That doesn't work either. Oh, that disables all keyboard maps. Oh, I see. Oh, maybe I was wrong to tell it to do that. Thanks, dude, man. That's really nice. Yep. All right, we got music meeting. Let's go do that. Dude, this has been not fun. This part. Trying to do this stuff with Copilot. Not enjoying it. Yeah, yeah. Certainly Rewired is not being very cooperative. People seem to like it, but I think the approach that I'm taking is specifically for remapping inputs, just not what it was expecting me to do. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, how's it going?
Good. Yeah.
Cool.
How are you?
Not too bad. Did you stick around a bit longer on Tuesday?
Yeah, I stayed. I'm not sure when you left, but yeah, I was there until most people were leaving. Yeah.
Were you still there when the alarm went off?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Again.
Oh, it went off twice? Oh, it
Well,
went off
no,
last
like
time, right?
another week. Yeah.
Yeah.
Last time.
Right.
Like,
Okay.
are they trying to kick us out? I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, it's a tactic.
Yeah.
Maybe. Cool. All right. Well, let's get into some music stuff, shall we?
Yes.
What am I clicking today? Talk me through.
So this stuff. So this week, I said I would go back to Shovelwood, but I ended up sticking with the Wrecker Kerr fight.
Yeah, that's cool.
I've been doing a lot of thinking about like the pieces and the structure and like the diagram that you gave
Hmm.
and sort of how the flow is going to work, which has been a real puzzle. Just to like musically make sense of it, like how it's all going to work together.
Yes.
So that's been, I feel like I've spent time on that, but I haven't like made as much progress as I would have liked
It's okay. That
by
kind
this
of thing.
point. But
That kind of thing requires digestion. Sometimes, you chew away at something.
yeah, it's coming. It's formulating, but yeah, it's just mulling over it. But
It-
this is an exploration of the Armin section of the fight.
Oh
So in
yeah.
your diagram, the part where
Yep.
Armin has the crystal.
Yep.
So I was sort of playing with the Insignia theme a little bit. So it's just a piano sketch at the moment.
Mhm.
The first one is probably the one that I prefer, that sort of fits more with the vibe of what I've got already for the other characters.
Yeah.
And the second version is, I've labeled it the hero version. It's just a bit more like major and heroic, but I feel like it maybe lacks a bit of tension.
Okay.
But yeah, those are the two.
Cool. Before I click anything, I was just to add a thought onto the previous thing you mentioned about the structure. I wonder if it's complicated, I wouldn't be against us stinging between the sections. Like if there's something specific, like if it's really hard to work the melodies in such a way that the music transitions nicely into different sections, we could do some sort of a sting that's like, yeah, that just sort of punctuates it. Like a lot of games that do multi-phase boss fights like this will have, say, a cutscene that happens at the halfway point, and so that's the sort of
Yeah.
the smoke and mirrors part where they start swapping out the music so that you don't have to seamlessly transition. Anyway, just a thought.
Yeah, I don't think that's so much the problem that I've been having, because yeah, I think I can imagine how to make that work, but one of the things honestly is that the Kerr theme that I have sounds like the B section, but he comes first in the fight.
I see.
So I'm like, Wrecker's theme feels like this is the like initial statement, and then Kerr's is like an alternate, like in response to that almost. But yeah, Kerr comes first. So I'm like, how do I make it sound like we're here and not, oh, it feels like we missed something that should have already happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah, maybe this is we work on his theme separately outside of the context of this fight altogether and build out an identity that feels like him, and that way it won't feel like as much of an appendage. I don't know.
Yeah, because I've been thinking about it, like having an A and B section of both Wrecker and Kerr, and so like what I already have could be the B section, and then I was thinking about how they could like be arranged in the finale, sort of when they're fighting together. Yeah,
It's fun.
I'm like doing 3D chess. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's good though.
All right, let's listen. Yeah, that's cool. It's it's not, I can see what you mean. If this is going to be very major, I think I can understand already where you're heading with it. That's really interesting. I would say that there are aspects of the second one that I like more than the first one. And
I think it has a bit more identity. Like this one
yes,
sort of feels like it doesn't as much. The melody doesn't as much shine through
yeah,
to me.
yeah. The phrasing of this across the whole piece, there are like moments where it's very there are like it's very clear punctuation and like statements being made. And I think this one, I can hear where this one would follow into the track that you've got currently, and I like
Yeah.
how it would fit in. I tend to agree with you a little bit though, that I can see it lacking tension in being too resolved, but it's not. I think in the context, it might not feel that way. Like I can see where the fear comes from. I didn't super feel that way listening to it. I thought it was okay actually. Um, yeah, and I think with the other layers, it might not. It would have to depend how how the other voices accompany,
Mm.
because I think it's. I mean, if I can listen to it again, I like that lift. Yeah, the chord progression in the back half of it allows it to not be quite so fanfare. It feels okay. I would say maybe like the first half maybe is a little plays it too straight, but it's not. It's like, what is it? Let's see. So like I gotta zoom in a bit. So that's good, up to 5 seconds. Maybe that like 7 or 8 second there mark could be a little darker, but it's not. Like, I don't mind it. I don't mind it. I'd have to hear it. And I think we're kind of running up to the point now where like I am bottlenecking this way too much, because we're being very speculative about how things might feel, how they might come up against each other, and it's that we need to play test the thing. That's the problem. It's me. So yeah, I mean, if you feel like you want to flesh out this a little bit more and try it with the instrumentation of the rest of it, orchestrate it out, that's great. And if you want to do like a separate Kerr thing or work on his identity a bit more, that's also great. No issues there. And yeah,
Cool.
I'm cheering for you. Cool.
And I've still got Cheverwood to
Yep.
go back to.
Yep.
Did you want to add any more briefs at the moment? Like,
I think maybe by Tuesday, I'll put something new on. Maybe not just
Okay.
yet.
Yeah.
Definitely, like, see if we can keep the pace. I was thinking about whether or not, like, if I was more, if I pushed you more in terms of urgency, I don't know if. I mean, I'm not in a position where I need you to be more urgent. And I feel like the work that you're doing is good. So, it might be good practice to like try to wrap things up so that we're not procrastinating. But I can't speak, like, it's up to you how you feel about it. Certainly later in the project, I imagine we'll need to go at a faster clip. But if right now you're feeling like pace-wise this is comfortable for you, and the rate that we're getting through the schedules is like agreeable for you payment wise, like, I'm happy.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy. I think definitely, yeah. I think at later stages of the project, we'll definitely have to pick it up, and I think that I can definitely do that. Like, I am taking it kind of slow at the moment.
Are you pure curiosity, and you don't have to answer this if you don't feel like it, but like, do you have other projects and things that you work on, or other work that you take on during, like, at the moment?
Yeah, a little bit here and there.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, if that's agreeable for you for now, that's fine by me.
Yeah, cool.
Cool. All right. Well, yeah. Feel free to take a stab in any of those 3 directions: the Cheverwood or Armin section or Kerr's theme. And yeah, I'll see you back on Tuesday.
Cool. Thanks, Adam.
Cool. Good work. See ya.
See ya.
Okay. It's always refreshing to do music stuff for a bit. I do music. I'm not a musician. All right. So what do? I guess we just support mouse as well as keyboard in this moment. So load mouse map is a separate function and it gets called by this part here. I suppose yeah, we have to do that. And this set mappers active thing sucks. But it is what it is. I just realized that I like didn't understand something until just now, and now I do understand it. Set map is active, keyboard map. That's interesting. Oh, I was changing how this worked. Yeah, it's unfortunate. All right, let's keep this for now. And then let's say, I actually don't know what will happen here. So game system, set map is active. All right. Okay, the next thing on my list was that, and then inspect the current input and keybind UI scripts to wire action checks and rebinding with keyboard and mouse in a consistent way, and then patch only the needed methods. I found rebinding is keyboard only right now, so next I'm updating the menu and binding UI to track both. Ooh, we're changing binding UI? I don't think... Well, it does say key. It should probably say input. Yes, that's correct. There was one other thing I wanted to check, which is on I see. Mm-hmm. Ah, yes, very good. Finish mouse rebind. I'm not happy with that. Get binding display. Right, which gets the key code. But where did my get key code go? It's here. That's so ugly. Is that really what this... Is that really where we're at? You have to check keyboard maps. I mean, when do we use this then? Hmm. This would be like, then instead of get key code, and is it the same thing, play ID? It's get binding display. Well, why not just say what does get binding? What does this return? A key code, and this returns a string. Oh, I see. Well, again, this is the issue. They're very similar, but they're different enough. Okay. All right. What else you got? Sure. Okay. All right. Let's try that. Okay, no saving, looks like. No? That works. This might just require us to save it once. Also to compile the code. What's wrong here? Everything okay? Go. Wait, restore checkpoint. I didn't ask you to do that. I think that's okay. Ding, 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 ding. No save. No saverino. No jump. That does work. Okay. Let's go back to delete that. Open this. Keyboard. So when do we save mouse map? The keyboard map. We save mouse map when we save the keyboard map. Well, don't really like that. All right, key map menu, save. Can we save? True, false. False being mouse map is null, mouse map equals. Setup preset, input config mouse map. If we go to game system, mouse map is what we load here. And if we never made one, then file exists path. We don't have this yet. So player equals get player. I hate that. Why don't we just say player? Oh, we already are. And then we don't need to do this like this. It's okay. Don't worry. It fits on one line. That's much better. Get first map in category. We don't have a default mouse map. That's why there's no such thing. Oh, that would make a lot of sense. Huh. I don't know why I didn't even think about that. Okay, mouse layouts, mouse maps, create, done. That's all we needed to do. And is it always default? I think so. But we would need others if we were going to do different versions. Is that right? Did I do that right? Let's see what happens. And then this should save mouse map. So I don't like this mouse file exists. I think we just do this here and then take that away. And then we say if this, and then we take that away. And then mouse file here is mouse.json. Good. Hey, thanks for the follow. Mike. B Mike B. Still false. Did we get it though? No, still no. Loading mouse map. Creating new file. Oh, it seems to have been able to do that just fine. If the path exists... Okay, but did you? Input, keyboard. I don't see it. Path exists, path. Creating new file. And... if config is not null and mouse map is not null, mouse path, I don't think I want to do that. Can I just like... cannot do this. Why can't you do this? Ah, no plus. What about now? Can you do that now? Nope. Why? What? Yes, you can. Compile my script, fool. Do as I say. True, false. Mouse map is not null. Is false. Okay. So we need a default mouse map. Well, that's what I wanted to do. How did I not do that when I created the mouse map? Get first map in category. That's config.mousemap. Keyboard category ID is just default. So debug.log config.mousemap. Null. Okay, so this does nothing. Players, controllers, maps get first map in category. Mouse. Did I not? I mean, like, did I not do it right just now? Insignia rewired. What? Because it's empty? Maybe I just do this. Unless there's like something else I have to do to enable the mouse inputs. Like if I go players, mouse maps, the default one's there. For player 1 and player 2, that's the default one is there. Oh, 0 default maps. Okay, so I need to add this mouse map for player 1 and player 2. Aha. I see. We try again. Hey, it's saved. And it's there. Sweet. Okay, can we do it? Mouse 1. Save. Yes, it saved correctly. Mouse 1, not jumping. But if I quit and open it again, do I get mouse 1 again? Please? Mouse 1. Okay. So now... when the what are we trying to do here? Get button down. Will this correctly check? What am I trying to do here? Get binding display. So I think what I want to do is go to like something random, like Armin behavior, and then go update, and then get the binding display for the jump button. Oh my god, I literally just... Thank you. Mouse 1. Okay. Currently, okay, let's ask. Currently, when I bind mouse 1 to jump, it appears correctly in the let's check here as well, actually, just really quickly. Hardware GUID, source map ID, category, layout, button maps, none. Oh, I don't think that's right. Not saving the button maps, and in fact 324 is a keyboard map. This is so annoying. Do you know what it's doing? Hey, I'm using Unity Engine. Do you know what it's doing? It's capturing, when I press the right mouse button, it's capturing the mouse button as a key button, which is what I was trying to like ask for it to do in the beginning. I wanted it to do that, but it wouldn't do it. So this comes back to key map menu, finish rebind. Oh, this is totally wrong. This is totally wrong. Is this... Do we really have to use the Unity version of input.get blah 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 down to test these? Doesn't rewired have a better way of listening? Right now, the mouse buttons are getting caught by the keyboard capture. It sounds, man, I don't know how people are doing, like, I've got 5 agents doing 10 different things. I don't believe it. Agents are it's so clumsy. LLMs are so clumsy. It so confidently sounds like it understands the problem, but I would not trust this for a day. To game dev specifically? Yeah, but web and backend dev is easy mode. They don't do real code. They're just copy pasting. They're writing the same divs they've been writing since 2003. I'm just joking. Okay. Yeah, this looks fine. Dude, I believe it. That sucks. Okay, now let's try the mouse. And then, nice. It did bind. And it bound... I guess 1 is mouse button 1. So I hope, I believe that's correct. If we swap it up for... Yeah, well, that's no good. Mouse 3. Save that. And then go over here. Is there a 3 that we get here? Element identifier is 3. So that's your mouse button 3. So that's good. Okay, left mouse button is what it picked up there, which is not... It's not right. Oh, that actually did work. What the hell? Okay, it technically works. It's just got the wrong, it's got them wrongly assigned. Okay. Well, that's a start. Now, I need to check to see if the keyboard version is also doing some funky stuff with the mouse buttons. It looks like no. These are all keyboard key codes. 273 is a bit sketchy, but it should be fine. So we first check the mouse, then we check the keyboard. Very, very good. The problem that I'm having is that for some reason, this seems to have confused my mouse buttons. It thinks 3 and 4 are left and right, and it thinks 0 and 1 are nothing. Why are you plussing by 3? Is there really no more appropriate way to patch this than just adding 3 to the number? You goon. Like, what was that? Like, who would have... Why would you use that? Why would anybody do that? That's terrible. That's a terrible idea. What is this? I don't even trust this. I know. I really could have used the new Unity input system. Button ordinal equals 0. Identify AD is element here is mouse elements. Could we have streamlined this with a for each on mouse elements? Yeah, the problem is I have used the new Unity input system before and I liked it too. That's what really sucks. Was I liked it. For each, sure. Let's try that. The thing I hate is that it always wants to add code. Like no matter what you do, it will try to add more lines. It's so biased towards writing code. It really doesn't like to look at what's written there and say, hang on, I don't think we need this. So it just leaves a trail of poo, you know? That worked. Nice. We actually did it. We actually did it, Reddit. Okay, attack can be click. Roll can be this click. Sweet. Okay, you got what you wanted. All right. One other thing that we didn't do that I'd like to do is I don't like that jump, roll, attack is in that order. It should be jump, attack, roll, inspect. Should be as easy as that. Yeah. Okay, and then when I populate the names, so on open, when we set up preset, get key from binding, when I finish, rebind, dude, this is so long. Set key. It shouldn't do that. It should be key to bind dot get key from binding. Wait, set key does that, but no, it shouldn't do that. And we should be if break. Try that. No good. I don't like that it says right mouse button, but it says mouse 1 before that. That's so weird. Like, I should be able to just set it to what it is, you know what I mean? Nice. Okay, I got it. Sweet. We got it. Okay, you go. You stay. You stay. You go. Everything else go. Supports. Mouse buttons. Rebinding. First try. Yeah. Okay. I wonder if you can bind scroll wheel. No, you can bind clicking the scroll wheel, but not the scroll wheel scrolling. Okay. Jesus. So we could do a build soon. Probably not this week now that I'm thinking about it. Probably have to do a new build first thing next week. Okay. There are a few things that we added as well. I'd love to get your feedback on. I just need to plug in my controller, which does not have a USB right now. Oh, man, I did a friggin' 15-minute workout 3 days ago, and my legs are still burning. The squats destroyed me. I did like, I don't know, like not even, it would have been like 30 squats, and I'm absolutely wrecked. Sweet. Still good. Nice. Okay, control still works. Sweet. All right. Well, I was going to say, it's Friday. Let's chill out. But it's not. Okay. Shall we have a look at some bugs? Just because it's a straightforward thing to do. Stop. Okay. This is crazy. If this is real, which, I mean, I believe them, I can't believe this person found this bug. In the initial forge near Armin's house, I crafted the pauldron, then interacted with the anvil again, and I was put into a red fire teleporting animation. How is that? Nobody has seen that. How is that possible? That's not supposed to be possible. Ding dong, ding dong, ding. Also, this, we will fix this right now. I will fix it. It's been broken since 2018. I will fix it now. Okay. So, the friggin' captions when you're running across the screen. It should just be that there is, where is it? Prologue container. We got the different prologues. It should just be one thing that changes as you move across rather than 4 things that are disappearing and reappearing. And even if it is 4 things disappearing and reappearing, the text that they have on them, the captions, should not all be where you are. The captions should be appearing and disappearing and reappearing as you walk across these. So as I do this, no, but I've got the captions staying where I am. Okay, fine. Even so, we should have, we should have the, what is it doing right now? How is it determining what this is? It's got a bunch of anchors. It's got the mist. It's got the container. Whoa, even so. Where's the alpha? Alpha color? Okay. That's just offsetting it, and that's fine. What is the thing that makes it go enabled and disabled? Is it this? Okay. Each of the prologue things have texts, and what they do is they say on player enter, on trigger, enter? No. Okay. What do you have? How do you know? What are you determining to determine the text? Text dot color. Okay. When we set the alpha, we're setting, if the text is not null, yeah, okay. There's a better way to do this for sure. We'll do it one little bit at a time. Okay, equals helpers dot get alpha color. Pretty sure that's what it's called. Well, this is a property that I can't change because it's part of this component, which is an American. This is a function that I wrote, so whenever I can, I use the correct spelling. All right, but this alpha animates when we toggle on and toggle off. And we toggle on and off in which contexts? If we contain and we don't pref contain. Okay. What if I literally do, oh wait a second. What is this doing? From to, force finish, opacity. Oh gosh, this is so complicated. Can you use extension properties? You can actually, it probably should have been color dot set alpha or something like that. That would have been sick. Like a color extension. Yeah, let's do that. You're smart. Hello.
Hello.
How you doing? What's happening? Okay. Can I say could I have like a wait a second. Could I have public static void set alpha like this, and then it just assigns it like that? Because it's a struct. Yeah, I thought that would happen. by ref. Can you say ref this color? Does that work? Is that real? Let's have a look. Wait, doesn't like that. Do I have to say ref text.color to make that work? How do I do that? No. Yeah. Let's just settle for this. In which case, we don't need the this, I think. And then we could just go back over here. We can say like that. Wait, no. It was better the other way. No. It's better this way. No, it's better this way. I'm getting there. Yeah. Okay. Alpha equals 0. Oh, I'm using my global property animator. Yeah, I mean, I built, dudes, years ago, at the start of the project, I built a tweening engine called Simple Animation. And then about 5 years into development, I'm like, what am I doing? Creating instances of this Simple Animation class every time I want to tween something. I'll make a singleton that's global that handles animations through Lambda expressions. And I've used it like twice. I still use the other one. And this is one of the rare instances where I have the Lambda expressions being used. Is this got a true? Can I force you with an override? No. I like it. It's so cool. I just don't know if I need it. All right. The problem is when you try to override it, it doesn't. I'll do that. Dude, VS Code, sometimes it just stops. It just goes, I don't know what to do anymore. Do I have a stop? Do I have a force finish? Do I have a I don't have a stop. Do I have a pause? End? Or actually, a better way to do this would be to just say override. What options do you need here, buddy? Wait, what is true in this case? That is the override, right? Play, override. Okay. So actually, it already is doing that when I call that automatically by default all the time. So then going back to prologue slide, what is the problem? Opacity, force finish, opacity, set params from to da 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 da. Animate alpha from 0 to opaque value. That seems fine. Toggle on. When is this getting called? Who's calling you? If contains and not prev contains. That's all pretty reasonable, if I'm being honest. But someone said they could break it. Oh shit. It totally can break it. You can totally break it. What is this? What is that? This feels really straightforward. Like I'm very confused as to why this would cause problems. Animate alpha to opaque value. All right, well, let's see it. Those all look really reasonable. So global animator is not doing something it's supposed to be doing. Yeah, so why'd you stop at 0.56? That's the only time it happens, so it must be. Must have to recompile. Oh man, my shoulders. Just like that, we can screw it up. But that's not the right T. In fact, why is T actual time? How's that even possible? T equals elapsed time over duration. What? What? How could that be? How's that possible? How are we getting these like 18 numbers and stuff? These numbers should be normalized. T, elapsed time over duration. What the hell is this? What is this nonsense? I hate it. What is that? 1508. Wait a second. Is it not calling update on them? This sucks, man. Who wrote this garbage? No guard for destroyed animation objects during update. A simple animation owner gets destroyed. Your to-do mentions this. Unity fake null behavior can produce missing reference exception. Medium animation callback map is never updated for existing animation. Only adds when not present. If animate property is called again with the same animation but a different target animation, comment says interrupting it, but the mapping is not actually replaced. Fix number 3. I don't understand how that could make a difference, but we'll keep it just to see if it makes a big difference. Because the point is, if it already contains it, then it's already there. I actually don't know what properties is. Whatever. Okay, well, we still get this problem. Wait, do we? Yeah. Set params. When do I call set params? Yeah. Yeah, that's even better. That's a good change. Thank you for suggesting it. But I won't say thank you to it. You never give it the satisfaction. I say it out loud so that you know I'm grateful. Never tell the AI that you're grateful. All right. I don't believe this is gonna work, but no, we still yeah, we still got it stuck. All right, well, look, the really easy fix for this is to not use this system at all and just do it the way that I would have done it. So oh, we actually have this here. Opacity. Okay. So literally just do like if opacity dot animating opacity dot update, and then alpha equals opacity dot value. That's it. And then toggle on, toggle off. Other way around, buddy. That's it. Not that complicated. Because I way overcomplicated it. Overcomplicated it? I fix it? I fix it. Alrighty, sweet. Gosh, that is... That's not what I want. It's here. Trying to find what this is, where the bug was that talked about this. I know it wasn't here. Fixed in 0.9.1. Cool. Fixes prologue smoke. Except you and you go away. Cool. Next. This one was crazy. That's what I was here for. Bing, bing, bing. Do this. So how are you teleporting away? This is what I don't understand. Someone said they could teleport away here. You shouldn't be able to teleport away. Oh, you're pressing travel because you're pressing M because you're opening up the menu. Oh, I see. That's no good. Well, at least it doesn't let you go anywhere. Although they said they got stuck, didn't they? I didn't have the sword. Yeah. Well, at least the game didn't break. That's pretty good. If you're going to have a weird logic break, at least putting you back where you were is a pretty good way for it to happen. All right, so this is because the fast travel menu opens up when we're standing over the anvil. So this sucks. So this has a forge menu on it, and it probably has a teleporter underneath it, but it needs a teleporter as part of it, basically, which I don't really want to do. I really don't want to do, because it's breaking single responsibility principle, but I'm already breaking single responsibility principle by doing this check here. Salut. C'est quoi comme langage et comme logiciel? This is C#. And logiciel, I don't know what logiciel. Engine, Unity. C'est Unity. Je ne parle pas français. Oh, software. Got it. Yeah. Je ne le parle pas très bien. C'est très pauvre. Mais pour vous, j'essaye. All right. De rien. So, yeah, I'm just gonna have to do it. If teleporter is set public. Oh. That's very kind. I like to speak it. I'm not very good at it. I used to be better, but I was never good. That's the problem. Let's go check. Oh, I hate when it's no good. Just let me go. Look at this. What's happening to my UI? Just hurry up. Please. Can fast travel. Oh, cool. There's actually a thing right there. Okay. So, this is perfect. Or for those of you who are French, parfait. if you're just saying the word perfect in French, just as a sentence, perfect, do you say like the male version? You say parfait? Or do you say parfaite? Like, that's a thing, right? There's a French and male version of that word. I guess you would just default to the male one. That's pretty sexist. It's pretty cool. Okay. Okay. So, on part. Et voilà. Hey, Leith. Leith. Est-ce que ça marche? Ça marche. It's okay. All right, fixes vulnerability in little forge menu that allows players to open the menu and teleport before unlocking the crucible, the anvil. The guy in Super Smash Brothers? Wait, what does the guy in Super Smash Brothers say? March? No. Who's Marth? No. What am I saying? Marth? Samarth? What am I saying? Which guy are we talking about? Est-ce que c'est Captain Falcon? What does he say when you finish the game? Does he say "Fini"? Or does he say "Je"? Or "Set"? What does he say when you win a round or when the round ends? Fini. Fin. Fin. All right, fixed in 0.9.1. That was a good one. That was a really good bug. Well, March is a character in Final Fantasy Tactics. The main character's name is Marche. Marche. When mashing pause button, you can overlay the cutscene with a pause menu, and the cutscene will stay playing but not be paused. We'll get to that. You can also pass the trigger completely and parry the arrow in the wrong direction. Pass the trigger. When bidding on the crow... this actually is one that I noticed people doing a year ago at a convention that I was attending, and I could not replicate it for the life of me. And I think someone found it. No, it's not unnecessary. I just didn't want to solve it right now. No. Okay, that seems fine. What is the problem then? What is this? Was beating the crate and started glitch into the floor. Switching rooms fixed it. Yeah. Ran into this bug as well. The more you beat the scarecrow, the worse it gets. Getting on the jump pad will also clear it. Yes. You can also pass the trick and flip. Yeah, that's fine. But I don't know what causes this. That is it. That's it there. Okay, so let's see what's going on here. Armin, I think the thing that I think it is that his physics box, his collider, and his sprite. Hey, Herbco? Yeah, I made this game originally from scratch. I mean, like, I made all of it. This offset here is not very good. And it's trying really, really hard to place him in a different position than he is. And so you get weirdness. Now, if I reset this to 0, 0, it will fix. So the problem is that the scarecrow has a physics box of some description. And I don't know what we're doing wrong here. But we're getting, like, pushed. This number here is the problem. They're not very big numbers, they're very small, but they're still numbers that are bad. And I mean, that's 3 pixels off right now. That's significant. So what's going on? It doesn't get wiped when I do attacks or when I roll or anything. It only gets wiped when I do this. That jump out of that, reset it. So animator, sprite renderer dot transform dot position. Oh, it's the hit stop, is it? Apply pixel perfect. So this pixel perfect, if I apply that all the time, I think that actually would do the opposite, where it would be constantly, updating. So I could try that by going here and seeing if I can replicate it at retro animator pixel perfect on. Now he looks like, I mean, that should be just updating constantly. Here, really small numbers all the time because it's just jostling him to where he needs to be. Yeah, it doesn't look like we can create that error this way. So in a way that's good. Oh, are we a little lower? I can't tell. I think we're okay. So, I mean, what's the problem here? Why is this happening in the first place? I guess we don't really have moments where I suppose it's a moment where we are separating his, like that's, yeah, why does this value, I mean, I could just change this arbitrarily, right? I could just say like 0.2, and it's just gonna stay wrong until I fix it. So the question is, I mean, like, should it not be? There are animations that he can do that require his hey, Vingerengaoma. I wish I could pronounce your name. Vanger? Yeah, this is Unity. Oh, you're not the French person. They were above you. You're just a different person. Yeah, this is a Unity project. So, yeah, I mean, otherwise, I guess I should just put it at like 0. Like if we're just like, if we have free player control, Vinge, no worries, Vinge. I guess we just set it to 0. There must be a reason why I don't have it this way. Where else do I do this? Where else would I need to do this? You tell me. Just on the hit stop. In the whole game? I mean, that's not too bad. What about effect, not the effect manager, frame property handler, animator, offset, not effects trail, velocity curve, velocity offset, track pivot. This is what I'm caring about. This track pivot thing. If we're tracking the pivot, what are we doing? We've got this curve and we're saying local offset hash. Yes, local offset hash. This is my concern. Oh, we don't. Oh no, that's fine. If users value, okay. Okay. This is the problem. I have a system, and the job of that system is to offset the sprite of the character in scenarios where the animation of the character moves around inside of the canvas. Normally, you keep the character anchored to the center of the canvas, and you move the character's object in the level if you need to move them. But some animations I've specifically drawn where they move around inside of the canvas, so they jump up from here to here or something. And when I do that, I have this system that moves the sprite by the amount that the sprite inside of the canvas has moved. The content has moved. And that adjusts this thing. I think what we can say is if the hash count is exactly 0, we could just say else, just make it 0, right? Or else, like, wait, this uses local offsets is a boolean that's everywhere. So just do that, right? Else, if, yeah, just do that. That's good. Not a great solution, but a solution that will work. Unless there's some special thing that I don't know about where I have to be much more careful with this kind of thing. Okay. I'm going to close this. Quitting and reloading at the beginning of a bridge too far quest sequence breaks. The black parts of the screen are from an unrelated bug. You can go on to get 2 ensigns, loop back around and fight the Hunden. Then wait a second, huh? Quitting and reloading at the beginning of a bridge too far. Oh, dude, Turtle Burgle is an insane QA. Oh man. Because now you can just do that, right? What the heck? And the cutscene started. Dude. He's so good. So what do? I make this... Oh my gosh. That's so tough. I guess what I do is... I make the intro cutscene here a no-save cutscene. If that's even possible. Martin Bridge flag sequence is a no-save flag. So now, if I come in here from here, right, cutscene plays. What the heck is that? What's that in the background? It's not supposed to do that. And then I quit. And then I go back in. Good. I'm not actually in there yet. I have to go through here and then it'll play. Technically good. So it doesn't autosave now. Now, what the helly is happening with this background? What? There's only one. How was it duplicating before? The hell am I looking at? What is this? Oh, it's off center. Oh my Jesus. Oh my Lord Jesus. What the hell's happening? Why did this? Oh my gosh. It's the thing I just changed. It's literally the thing I literally just changed. Yeah, that's bad. Okay. Much better. Okay. Well. I guess I didn't fix it then. I suppose I didn't fix the problem just now. Unless I make him pixel perfect. But I think that comes with problems. That'll be all right. I am using Unity. That's right. Okay, sweet. Sweet. Okay, so fixed by not auto saving after that cutscene. 2.9.1. Sweet. So the problem was that the background has an animator on the waterfall. The waterfall has a local position that it uses to know where it needs to be relative to its parent. The pixel perfect, well, the change that I made it so that it always zeroes out its local position, which means what I probably needed to do was put a wrapper component around this and then put this at 0, 0 like local. But I don't want to have to enforce that throughout the game because like I don't know where every single retro animator is relative to its like sprite renderer. So what I would have had to do is remove every sprite renderer from every retro animator, create a child game object, and then put one underneath there. That's how characters work. Characters, their sprite renderers are always on a game object under that animator, but not in this case. And I don't know how many other places in the game it's like this. So better to not force a rule. Yeah, I want the offset to persist, exactly. All right, anything else? I mean, lots else, obviously. Some of this stuff is insane. Wait, if this is the same issue, this should be deleted then, rather than kept open. But maybe it's up to me to do that. Oh, okay, it's been locked. Wait, what? This happens a lot. I think this is something that Elias fixed recently. I should probably fix that though. I mean, test it. Let's have a look. See if it's fixed. I probably could, but it's still a big project. Yep, that's good. Oof. Ouch. 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 Oh, I just I just got that heal. Okay, it's getting a bit loud here for me. I wonder if I can make that. Oh, so close. Not like that. Oh. So close. I feel like I can do it. I'm dying for it. No, that's too early. Oh. No. Dude, how? Huh? Oh. Yeah, I think that might be the way to do it. Oh, no. Okay, it's not possible. Someone one day will do that, and I'll be very impressed. Alrighty. I know there are a lot of open Harriet related ones. Well, just this one big particular one. Jay, are you Turtle Burgle? Or Jay, are you just somebody who's a concerned citizen? Yeah, I don't know what to do about that one. I mean, I do know what I kind of know what to do strategically, but I feel like sequence player begins sequence happens because we've on trigger enter 2D. We just schedule the sequence, or trigger enter schedule. Yeah. It's because what's happening with that particular bug is it's queued up. You are Turtle. Hang on a second. So there's a trigger box right here, and it's set up in such a way that it starts on trigger. And I have a few cutscenes that are like that, in the sense that like they're not cutscenes where you're supposed to talk to the person, because if I let you talk to them, then you could just run past them. So it has to be that just triggering it fires it. However, I think in some setups I do it in such a way where Armin will correctly walk where he needs to go. Like that one, he sort of fell into the cutscene, which was okay. So like if we do a big jump here, that was okay. I guess I prefer that than the alternative. So we need to compare how Walter is set up, which should be about the same as Harriet, but he's got a prompt underneath. The prompt has a box. The prompt's got an interactable collider, and it's the prompt that is connected, I think, to the cutscene sequence. Is that right? No. Okay, that's great. No, this is a different thing, right? This big thing right here is just how to talk to him. Prompt is here. Prompt has the box. Collider is there. The prompt is of type interactable, And this thing, I think, although it has a condition interactable, that should be called like trigger interactable, to be honest. If we edit the script for this, in component in children prompt. Okay, so when we play the game, that should populate, is what I'm seeing. It does. You can't see it there, but there it is. So there's your prompt, and the prompt has a big trigger box, and the cutscene is set to on trigger enter, trigger on collision. So I can't see what the problem is. Let's go have a look. I mean, that seems fine by me. Hey, Sray in business. Yeah, I'm using C#. So now let's look at what Harriet is set up with. Harriet is... Meet Harriet is... She's here. She has a sprite, a dialogue pin, a prompt interactable. The prompt interactable is a type of prompt. It has this. That looks really good to me. I mean, the only difference is that hers is already plugged in. Could that really be the difference? Nope. So there she is. There's the sequence player. There's Meet Harriet, which is trigger on collision. She has her interactable. Interactable is an NPC prompt interactable that has an interaction prompt of none. A collider. We could probably copy this and bring it with us if we want. Back to Walter and see what is the difference. Walter. Okay, let's have a look at you, buddy. So if I paste it here, what's the difference? Like no difference. They're essentially the same thing. That's annoying. In fact, they are the same thing. They're both NPC prompt interactables. How could this be happening to me? How could this happen to me? Don't know. I suppose even in this cutscene. Oh, hang on. I think I might know. So Armin walked into the space in that first one. And in this one, the dialogue started immediately. I wonder if it's got to do with like the timeline component. If it literally just comes down to the fact that there's some Armin logic about what animation he should be in on frame 1 of the cutscene, whereas in Walter's, his cutscene has not got a timeline on it. Ah, I see. That would be a difference. So the difference is that her timeline kicks in straight away, and it means that for some reason there's just must be a condition. Like he's already in them. He's already in it. Walking towards the dialogue. I'll have to solve this another time. I mean, this is what we want. If it's not playing, we can interact, and challenge sequence is not null, and director is ready. If current sequence allows play control, schedule sequence, otherwise take control and do this, debug.log. Prepping Armin for sequence. Prepping? Oh, we're prepping. Don't you worry, we be prepping in this household. Okay. And then he's a bit shaky here, isn't he? Oh no, that's why we don't have pixel perfect. No. All right. So we are not preparing. She's already started, man. She just went straight for it. That is so interesting. Is it this, I wonder? Ah. Wait, collision trigger activated. Ah. This on trigger. Wait a second. Why did this interactable on trigger when it was Walter? The engine does it when we pop an interaction. Oh, okay. Yeah. Try that. Try that on for size. Yay! It worked. I hope it doesn't break other parts of the game. Oh, it still did it though. Yes, that's much better. Okay, let's try that. I mean, it's sort of better. We can do better than that, but yeah. All right, I'll leave this here. Let's just commit it all. Updates, sequence player to be more generous about to use Armin prepare for sequence in more scenarios. Okay. All right, I'm gonna go. Thank you, pals. Where are we dropping? Chit chat. I think Booyah. Although I think I rated him recently. That's all right. Thanks, everyone. It was a lot of fun. Please wishlist Insignia if you're a real one. And sign up for the playtest to get these updates and to help me out as I make the thing more stable. It was a pleasure. As always, I'll see you tomorrow. I've been Adam, you've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.